Okay. I don't do these terribly often, but we're going to look at some news this morning. It's been, well, it's a fairly big news day. So let's get that out of the way first, I guess. So we'll talk about a few of these things. So first of all, this is one that it's actually from a couple days ago, where Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City, was inaugurated. It might have been actually on New Year's Day, not sure. People were a bit up in arms because, well, he's a Muslim. He's a socialist. He's got like very socialist policies, at least from what he said. And he was sworn in on the Quran, which some people didn't like. I personally don't care that much because I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't live in New York City. I don't live in New York State even. But it's just something that's a bit noteworthy because it's caused a bit of a stir. And during his inauguration up here, he, did the hand gesture. The same one that Elon Musk caught a lot of hell from the mainstream media for during Trump's inauguration around this time last year. Which, first of all, I don't think either one of them are doing that. They're not doing the Nazi salute, okay? In either case. But the mainstream media made a big deal about Elon doing that, which is weird to me because I watched the inauguration and all of that, his speech, everything, live, and definitely did not get that impression from that gesture. But the mainstream media does what they're going to do, right? They make up bullshit. And so that got quite a bit of stir for quite a while. And here we've got, liberal darling Mamdani here doing the same thing. Not hearing a peep out of mainstream media about it. It's just the hypocrisy of it's ridiculous. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out because that's a thing. And somebody had posted the comparison here. So like, what does it say? When Elon Musk did this, leftists here in Britain called him a Nazi, including articles written across the BBC and The Guardian. They did this in the US too. Now they're totally silent. The astounding hypocrisy, divisiveness, and bias shines through every single time. I would tend to agree with that. I think that's a fair criticism of how this has been handled in both of these instances. And Elon responded to that. He's like, and I was talking about space exploration and said, my heart goes out to you, which he did. And that was the context of what he was talking about. It's ridiculous either way. Neither one of them are doing the old Sig Heil here, okay? Like, let's get a grip. Jesus Christ, is the trauma from World War II really has thundered through the generations, hasn't it? It's retarded. If you think either one of these guys are doing that, you're a retard. Really. Just come up for air for a second, go touch grass, or go roll around in the snow. Whatever you got going on, take a break. Really. So anyway, it's like, yeah, that was the thing. I don't know. We'll see what the guy does as mayor of New York City. I mean, I don't know. A lot of people don't think it's going to be good. Some think it's going to be the next best thing since sliced bread. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, it's ridiculous in either case. Come on, grow up. Anyway, so that's that. What else do we got here? Oh, Cat Stuck Can Speak English. I'll come back and look at that later. Here's the big one. This happens, well, I don't know when it happened, but I saw this Around 3 this morning, local time, which was totally surprising. Statement from President Donald J. Trump. And yes, this really did get posted at like 3 in the morning. The United States has carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who's been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with the U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump, of course. And then Asmongold just responded to this and is like, so you just went in there and got him? Wow, okay. Yeah, they did. So we've had, all those boats that we blew up down off the coast there for the last couple months. So we've had a presence down there for a little while, right? And Trump and like other officials in the government have spoken relatively recently about Maduro. Here's the thing with him. So like basically he stands accused of, being either the leader of or a puppet of massive drug cartel. Who is, shipping drugs or smuggling drugs into the U.S. Probably other places too, but I mean, that's what our concern is, right? And this is kind of an interesting story with Maduro. I don't know how he came to power in the first place, but Venezuela had elections in 2024, I believe. Let me pull it up here. I took some notes first because I wanted to make sure I got this. So, let me see. But yes, the rumors are true. He and his wife were captured in Venezuela by the U.S. armed forces and personnel. So the operation involves airstrikes on targets in Caracas and other areas, reportedly to support the execution of the U.S. arrest warrant tied to long-standing indictments against Maduro for narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and related charges, which were originally filed in 2020 in Trump's first term with a $50 million reward offer. So apparently we went in there and America fucked the place. We didn't blow the shit out of everything, but we did blow some stuff up, and apparently that was cover so our guys could get in there and snatch them up. They didn't kill them; they arrested them. So far, I mean, that's what the scuzzlebutt is. I guess when we see what the actual news conference is in a few hours, we'll maybe know some more details about that. So basically the guy stands accused of, being bad, doing bad shit. And we indicted him 5 years ago anyways, and finally went and snatched his ass up. Supposedly. So, U.S. officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Attorney General Pam Bondi, confirmed Maduro will face trial in the United States. The Venezuelan vice president stated the government does not know Maduro's whereabouts and demanded proof of life while declaring a state of emergency. So, yeah, they don't know. Apparently, the Venezuelan government doesn't know whether Maduro's alive or not. Well, Trump said he is. So, and he's going to stand trial in the U.S. So we don't know where he is right now, in U.S. custody, obviously, but for where. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't make a pit stop in Gitmo for a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But this did actually happen. Now, what's interesting about this is that Maduro is not legally the legitimate president of Venezuela following the July 28th, 2024 presidential election, according to widespread international assessments from independent observers and evidence from the opposition. So basically, an election was held, the last election that was held, and, well, he just didn't give up power, basically. You know, they falsified the election results, basically, significantly so. That seems to be the scuzzlebutt. And most people seem to agree that he is not the legitimate president. The guy that was actually elected is now in exile in Spain, I guess. Along with that, let me see if I can find it here. Where is it? Oh, yeah. So basically, the guy that was actually elected, a guy named Gonzalez, reportedly is exiled to Spain because Maduro didn't want to give up his position, which seems he was legitimately voted out of. And then there's this gal, Maria Corina Machado. She was a key figure in Venezuela's opposition party during this that past election, and Maduro's Supreme Court basically disqualified her from actually being able to run in the presidential race because she got like overwhelming support from the country. So the opposition had this Gonzalez guy run instead, and apparently he actually won the election, but it didn't matter because Maduro didn't give up power anyway. So this Maria Corina lady actually won the Nobel Peace Prize this year. Just on account of what she's been trying to do in Venezuela to kind of, to oppose Maduro, basically. Amongst other things, but just to keep it short. Yeah, she won the opposition primaries in October 2023 with over 90% of the vote, becoming the unity candidate. Disqualified from running by Maduro-controlled institutions, a 15-year ban upheld in January 2024 on politically motivated charges. So yeah, she would have been the legitimate opposition candidate to him, but his Supreme Court disqualified her in the first place. She won the Nobel Peace Prize this year. Remember when everybody a few months ago was like, "Oh, Trump's going to get it. Trump's going to get it." Well, no, because that award was for everything that happened in 2024. Trump didn't take office until early 2025. So the next one maybe, right? For Trump. But when she won it, sometime this fall that was, shortly after the announcement on October 10th of 2025, she posted on X, formerly Twitter, dedicating the award in part to Donald Trump. The exact quote from her post is this: "I dedicate this prize to the suffering of the people of Venezuela and to President Trump for his decisive support of our cause." Well, that was back in October. Which makes me think this whole thing has been in the works for a little while. If that makes sense, right? So very interesting. Is it good or is it bad? I don't know. I guess that depends on whatever the outcome ends up being. Venezuela has a lot of oil. Venezuela has economic trade ties and stuff with China and Russia, etc. So basically not the West, effectively, right? So because of Maduro. So we'll see what happens with that. Interesting also. So this whole operation took place at like 3 this morning, like I said. Well, sometime late yesterday, there is a delegation from China coming to have a meeting with Maduro, which I think was supposed to take place today. Well, guess what? It's not going. So that's also interesting for that reason, right? So, like, the plot thickens. Oh yeah, here's supposedly some footage from that. As far as I know, it's accurate. Ooh, actually, let's go back and watch that first part again. So, looks like there's a little pew pew happening here. Which apparently was us. And it looks like it's hard to tell, but it looks like it might have knocked out power in part of the city here. But otherwise, it's not like we blew the shit out of the whole city or anything like that. Oh, and this is from October. So around the same time as that gal got the Nobel Peace Prize. Let's see. Oh, hold on a second. I'm not getting it in my headphones. No wonder I can't hear anything. Let me try that again.
Natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So this has been a thing that's been in the work for a while, and he said it. Now so this is a couple months ago now then, right? Trump basically told Maduro, well, you can leave on your own, or, FAFO, basically. And apparently Maduro decided not to leave. So, you know what happens when you fuck around. But yeah, Trump actually did say that. That's kind of funny. So this is kind of a big deal, really. Like, it really is. What are the ramifications of this going to be? I have no idea. I don't know if it's really a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. So we'll just have to see what happens. I'm not happy about it. I'm not sad about it. I don't know. Given that, I mean, like, the guy wasn't supposed to be in power anyways, apparently. So, and, if he's, heading up this huge cartel that's sending drugs our way, yeah, get the fucking rid of him. We got an arrest warrant from him from 5 years ago. We just went and picked him up. We just arrested him. So there, of course, there's people that are not going to like the fact that this happened just because, they don't like Trump. Naturally. Oh, but this kind of sums up what I was saying earlier, too. Trump is such a savage man. China went to Venezuela to meet Maduro today and bombs them the same day. Kind of. Yeah. But, I mean, we didn't kill him. That was just cover so we could go arrest him, which we did, I guess. We'll find out more about that later, I guess. Oh, yeah, so... Oh, he did meet with the delegation. Okay. Okay, so he did meet with the delegation yesterday, and then after that, we went and arrested his ass. While the Chinese were still there. I'm pretty sure they'll notice that. I don't know if that's a good move or not, to be honest. Marco Rubio chimes in here. Maduro is not the president of Venezuela, and his regime is not the legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de las Soles, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of the country, and he is under indictment for pushing drugs into the United States. Yeah. Marco said this back in July. So I feel like this whole thing has been in the works for quite a while. This wasn't just something that literally happened overnight. We just won the Hispanic vote for the 2026 midterms. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. At the same time this is going on, there's kind of a, what would you call it? I mean, it's nothing to do with Venezuela, at least on the surface, but there's been civil unrest in Iran. And this has been kind of a thing for a while, but I guess it's like, I mean, there's people out there protesting the government there big time. You know, the government of Iran is an oppressive Islamic regime. And it's speculated, if not proven, that Iran pretty much funds all of the, you know, Islamic terrorism that happens in the Middle East, including Hamas and bullshit in Palestine, etc., amongst other things. So it looks like the Iranian people kind of want their sovereignty back and are not feeling the Ayatollah's bullshit, which I'm surprised he's still alive. He had a gray beard in 1979 when he took power. But yeah, so there's a lot about that too. Kind of a big deal. The U.S. would support the people taking their country back in Iran. Of course, it will be accused of, you know, putting in some puppet leader if the Ayatollah and his regime are deposed. But I don't think it would be good for us for that to actually happen. I think that the people of Iran need to, you know, do it themselves. I think that is probably the best thing for pretty much everybody involved. We'll see what happens with that. But like, yeah, they've been under the Ayatollah's iron fist basically, well, since the late 70s. And I don't know a lot more about that situation really than that, other than like, yeah, I mean, like there's people protesting in the streets, which is a ballsy thing to do there. Like those people are risking their lives by just being on the streets. So that's the thing. But this is all happening at the same time. Like somebody, I don't know if I liked the post, but somebody said like, on Friday, Trump threatened to help the Iranian people take their government back. And late Saturday or late Friday night or Saturday morning, he arrests the leader of Venezuela. Got to keep him guessing, I guess. So, oh, maybe this was it. Trump has been patiently waiting for a chance to capture Maduro alive. Yeah, because you can't kill him. That wouldn't work for the situation. We would actually look like the bad guys if we. And Maduro's capture is effectively doomsday for the far left. We'll see about that. Probably not. Maybe. Oh, what does he say? In the very near future, we're going to see Maduro publicly admit to everything: election interference, narco-terrorism, migrant invasion, working with the far left NGOs, all of it. He might do that to save his own ass. I mean, we have him in custody. Whatever we decide to do with him is what's going to happen to him. So he can either play ball or not. The only problem is anything that he says, it'll be either, I mean, how do you know that he wasn't compelled to say things whether or not they're true? I guess if he can actually show evidence, that would be the only way. And it's just not just because he says, yeah, like we were in cahoots with so-and-so or this and that. Okay, you got to actually show us, though. Just saying that's not good enough. You're going to have to provide some kind of evidence that, well, yeah, no, like we really did do this. So we'll see. We need, literally show me the money. Like, otherwise, like, this doesn't really, that part wouldn't matter, whatever his testimony. Because nobody will believe it. They'll just be like, no, he was, under duress to say these things to save his own ass. Well, yeah, that's true. But let's go look and see if what he says actually happens. So I expect that to be something that comes down the pipe and be somewhat contentious, because I'm sure it will. Some people are going to lose their minds about this entire thing happening, let alone whatever comes next. So I think it's just important to keep that in mind. Like, this is going to be spun by everybody. It's important to try to cut through the bullshit and let's see receipts. Let's see documents. Let's see anything that you can show that actually proves that this thing happened, that thing happened, etc. Right? We have to actually see that. Just saying this, that, or the other thing doesn't mean anything. Because yeah, you could be coerced to say anything. Doesn't make it true. You could be coerced to say something, and it is true though. So let's see the receipts. What else? I'm actually going to watch this. Hi, I'm Iranian. Here's everything you need to know about what's going on in occupied Iran. The mainstream media won't tell you in less than 20 minutes. I haven't watched this. I don't know what angle it takes or anything like that. I would guess that it's against the current regime there, but I don't know. But I don't know enough about the details of that situation, and it's complicated depending on who you ask. So we'll just leave it at that there's some unrest in that country right now. I don't know if this is a real picture. It might be, though. When you find out you're the president of Venezuela now. Poor Marco. He's got like 7 jobs already. They're going to make him fucking... yeah. It's a joke, but yeah. He can speak the language, so... Yeah, but we're not going to do that. The best thing we could possibly do in any of those countries would be to let the people have their own freedom and choose for themselves what they want to do with themselves. The worst thing that we could do is try to, put up a puppet in power. Or one that's obviously so. I guess. I mean, one that's friendly to us would be good. Sure. Why not? Yes, of course. But I think in the long term, if you want actually a stable situation, you got to let the people decide for themselves. And considering the impression in both countries that the common people have been under, I definitely think it's best to let them do that. Because I think they'll probably make the right choice. And if they don't, they'll get the torches and pitchforks out themselves if they feel like they got somebody in their corner to give them the confidence to do so. So, I mean, that's what I think. I'm not any kind of political wizard or anything like that, but and it's what I would rather see happen. Let the people actually take control back that they've been denied for all this time, and let them run with it. Like, most people are decent people and want the best for the, they want pretty much 2 or 3 things. They want to be left alone. They want to be able to just live their lives, raise their kids, and, not have ridiculous problems. That's anywhere. After, a generation or 2 of having ridiculous problems and not being allowed to just be left alone and raise their kids and have a family and just, do normal shit, they're really going to hunger for everything that allows them to do that. I mean, we bitch about what we got going on in the U.S., and yes, we've got some problems, but we've got a lot better than most of the world as far as that goes. Keep that in mind. Like, as much as we need to fix things here too, a good chunk of the world has it significantly worse. So any of these countries that can take that back and get a little closer to something that's reasonable, I would just, as a human being, I would just generally like to see that. That's what I would have to say. People will generally do the right thing if you give them the opportunity. I don't think that's naive either. I think that's like the default for pretty much everybody. The problem is that, bad actors will take advantage of that good nature. And that's how these countries end up in these situations. So they might be a little bit of the wiser for it coming out of that situation. Like, at least for a couple generations, and then you got to learn the lesson over again. That's pretty common just generally in history. Pam Bondi did chime in and also say that yes, Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted by the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with a narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. specifically. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. Good. Hopefully that doesn't mean a military tribunal in Gitmo. I don't think people would generally go for that. I mean, some would, but it would be better if it was done in a more normal way, I think. On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank the President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people, and a huge thank you to our brave military who've conducted these incredible and highly successful missions to capture these 2 alleged international narco traffickers. It's impressive to be able to extract them from their country alive in the first place, to be honest with you. It's good. Like, if anybody could do it, the U.S. military can. So, like, I'm not surprised by that, but that's good to see. Yeah, and then naturally, you're going to have people start to chime in. Andrew Yang, he's a liberal. Bringing Maduro to stand trial feels like a win for the region and the world. I agree, Andrew. Good for you. Yeah, because it's not even a partisan issue. These people have been under duress for a long time. Like, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, wouldn't you want to see the people actually be able to, like, have their sovereignty back? I would think so. If we can arrest foreign leaders in the middle of the night, ... can we do the same thing to the criminals in our own damn country now? Well, it's a lot easier to kidnap somebody from a foreign country than it is to, hold somebody accountable here, which is stupid, but it's the truth. So I wouldn't hold my breath on that, but I agree with the sentiment. But yeah. Maduro will probably be gone within a week. This will age like milk. Couple hours later, age like wine, bitch. Yeah, okay. So that's where some of that is for now. Just interesting, just the whole thing. So yeah, like, damn, like that's like history making stuff. Oh, JD chimed in on this. What does he say? The president offered multiple off ramps, but was very clear throughout his process that the drug trafficking must stop and the stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that Trump means what he says. Kudos to our special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation. Trump did give Maduro an out. Or tried to. Like, he did try to, like, make a deal with him to get him the fuck out of there without us having to do this. He did. Apparently, Maduro didn't want to do that. So, here we are. But, like, I remember specifically reading about that back in the October thing. Basically, like, Trump gave him an offer, said, this is what we'll let you do. Basically, get the fuck out of the country and you just go live in exile wherever the fuck you want to. And that's it. Basically, just relinquish power and get the fuck out. And, you know, be happy with the rest of your life. More or less. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but yeah, pretty much that. And, well, I guess Maduro didn't go for that, though. The problem is like, when you issue basically a thinly veiled ultimatum, the thing is you have to follow through on it if they don't take you up on the offer, right? If I say to you, I'm going to make you a deal, this is what I suggest. I suggest you take that deal, or there's going to be hell to pay. Well, you have to be able to follow through on the hell to pay part. Otherwise, like, none of that means anything. So, I think this is good. At least, like, they didn't kill him. Like I said, they didn't fucking kill him. That's easy. Pulling his ass out of the country, arrest him, and get him out of there, that's probably a trickier deal to do. So, I think that's kind of good. But, like, JD's right about that. Trump did give him multiple ways to, you know, gracefully exit stage left, and he refused to do it. So, here we are. Now, maybe the same thing will end up happening with Iran. I think that's a bit more complicated. But maybe not. So, we'll see. Interesting, though. Like, I don't know what the hell's going to happen. But it is kind of a big deal. A lot of people that live in Venezuela are happy about this, by the looks of it. Which, if I lived there, I would be too. One second, I gotta take. Here. 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 Then we get the echo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, by the way, do not try to sell me stuff in chat. I will insta ban you. Absolutely No solicitation. It's lowbrow. I don't give a fuck what you're offering. Don't do it. You're going to get yourself at least in trouble. And as a matter of fact, they're trying to sell me fucking bot services. The fuck you trying to say? I need that? I'll do it on my own, thank you. Yeah, anyway, I guess we'll end up seeing later today what Trump has to say when he does like the official news conference. That should be interesting. What's the mood on Blue Sky? God only knows.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Wow. Son of a bitch.
Venga por mí.
Boy, that didn't take long. Yeah, this even Nick Fuentes. Actually, like, that doesn't surprise me, but yeah. USA. Well, remember, you have to take everything you see on the internet with a tremendous grain of salt. Okay? Keir Starmer, the situation in Venezuela is fast moving. We will establish all the facts and speak to our allies. What the fuck do you have to say about anything? Our embassy in Caracas is working to ensure all British nationals in Venezuela are supported. Well, good, I guess, but otherwise, what the fuck do you have to say about anything that has to do with this? You got to worry about your own country there, buddy. Big time. That's what I would say. Maduro asked for a fight, and history gave him a knockout. Elon fights with satellites and code. Maduro fought with rhetoric and electronic voting machines stealing U.S. elections. Oh, that's the other thing. Not only tampering with his own elections, it was speculated that this guy, Maduro, had some hand in tampering with our own elections here. I don't know if that's substantiated in any way, but he better hope it isn't actually true. But yeah, like, this is the lady I was talking about earlier.
We will turn Venezuela into that energy, technological, and democracy hub of the Americas. And we count on you. And I, long for that day, and we will host all of you in a bright, democratic, and free country. And it's going to be soon. We will turn.
She knew we were going to do this. She probably knew it for a while. Which is good. I mean, as long as she's not worse than the person she replaced. And it seems like she is. But yeah, this is the gal that won the Nobel Prize and dedicated it to the suffering Venezuelans and to Donald Trump. So yeah, I feel like this has been cooking on the back burner for a little while now. This, like I said, this literally didn't happen overnight, but it did happen overnight. If you feel me. It's not even daytime there yet, is it? Oh, they're in the southern hemisphere, so maybe. Are they? They're close to the equator, I think. I don't know. It's like. It's not daylight here yet, or barely is. So I don't know if this is actually real footage or not. But, like I said, it's the knock-on effects from this are going to determine whether this ended up being a good thing or not. You know, like, for instance, this might be controversial, but, you know, like when we went to Iraq in the early 2000s and took out Saddam Hussein because reasons. But what happened was that left a power vacuum in the area. And arguably, the people that took up that power vacuum were worse. So that's the danger, is even by trying to do the right thing, it might have knock-on effects that are as bad or worse than what you started with. So that's the worry when you make any decision, I suppose. But, you know, regime change is usually, you know, not without its growing pains, to say the least. So that would be my concern with this developing situation. Would be that it's probably not going to be entirely sunshine and rainbow, especially considering, you know, say China, Russia, and some other countries that we don't get along with real well, are probably not going to like that very much. So if it might be good for the people of Venezuela, but it might be bad for our interaction with those other countries that had a vested interest in Maduro maintaining power. So that might be a tricky situation. We'll see how it turns out. Oh, and then there's people that are just flat out, I don't see one here yet, but I saw them earlier, about whether Trump could legally do this or not. Seems to me like the answer is yeah, he can. Oh, he can't declare war on another country without Congress's approval. Well, that apparently this war lasted like an hour and a half, so I don't think you can call that a war. They arrested somebody that we had already indicted, so I think that, and still it seems like it's well within the commander-in-chief's prescribed ability in the first place. But I would not be surprised to see some clapback today from certain congressmen about that fact. This is from November 22nd. Okay, let's see what she has to say about that.
I completely trust the strategy President Trump is developing and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. They know very well with whom they're dealing with. This is not a legitimate president. This is the head of a criminal structure that was already defeated in a presidential election by landslide. So they know how to deal with these kind of individuals that are criminals, narco-terrorists, and I believe that
see what did I say about the boats?
Get a very clear picture of what are his options and what's the future for Venezuela.
What would be your message to Americans who are worried that this could become another costly foreign entanglement for them?
I believe it's exactly the contrary. Maduro started this war. President Trump is ending this war. A transition to democracy in Venezuela will make the Americas, including the United States, safer, more secure, and more prosperous. Because Venezuela, our country, has been turned into that safe haven for all those enemies, forces that want to undermine the institutions of the United States and also kill people in Venezuela and in your country. So we are solving and dismantling a criminal structure that has produced great pain and turned our country, our nation, into the best ally of the United States, a security shield for the Americas, and a huge opportunity for energy security as well. And one thing very important, Rachel, millions of Venezuelan migrants will come back home the day Maduro goes.
That's an interesting take too. Yeah, there's been literally millions of Venezuelans that have been displaced because of Maduro's regime. And they probably would like to go back home where they don't feel like they're going to be killed. So she's probably right about that. Again, I guess we'll have to see how things play out. But definitely a momentous time. So this is what's coming next. Today, Democrats will claim the president's decisive action in Venezuela violated international law. First of all, what does that mean? Who upholds and prosecutes international law? I don't really feel like that even means anything. Who's in charge of policing that? Really? Who's in charge of policing that? And what are they going to do? I don't know the answer to that. I don't think anybody else does either, because it just sounds made up. I mean, like, that's international law is just a bunch of rules that we all collectively decided we're going to follow. And we'll, break the rules whenever it's convenient for us. So that seems to happen frequently. And nothing ever happens with that either. So, like, it's kind of a weak argument to me. Iranian protesters around the country are tearing down Islamic regime's flags and raising Iran's true flag, the lion and sun. I've seen this repeated a bunch of times. Not necessarily the same thing, but the same sentiment. I don't know how big of a situation that is or not. It seems like it's kind of a thing, though. So, well, I don't know. Any country that, any nation that can reclaim its sovereignty from a clearly oppressive and brutal dictatorship, yeah, I would think that would be a good thing in general, just anywhere. So, if they're doing it and making it happen, and by the way, like, if this really is in Iran, they are ballsy people, because their government would kill them for this. So, we'll see. Oh, yeah, let's see what she says about this.
Decided to dedicate it to President Trump because he deserves it. Because not only has he been involved in only a few months in solving 8 wars, but his actions have been decisive to have Venezuela now at a threshold of freedom, after 26 years of tyranny that have destroyed the lives of millions of Venezuela, destabilized the region, and undermined the institutions in the United States, because having Venezuela as a safe haven of the enemies of the United States and using our territory and our resources to hurt the American people and American institutions is certainly a threat to the national security of the United States and the security of the hemisphere. But President Trump has been very clear, courageous in terms of dismantling this criminal structure. And on behalf of the Venezuelan people, I reaffirmed our gratitude and our commitment to this cause for the whole America. So I insist he deserves it.
Yeah, like when she won the Nobel Prize, like she made that statement is like she thought that he deserved. Well, I can see why now. So that's why I say it looks like, yeah. This has been in the works for a little while now, I think. Make of that what you will. Oh, they're tearing down the posters of them. Today you're going to hear the same cast of paid leftist clowns trying to spin the arrest of Maduro like it's going to start World War III. Ignore them. Listen to the people of Venezuela. They're celebrating. A cartel leader who destroyed their country is finally gone. That'll actually be the thing that actually makes the difference. If most of the people in Venezuela are happy about this, that pretty much determines the outcome, at least in the short term, I think. But yeah, people will try to spin it that way. And they might not even be 100% wrong. It's just that there's a 10% chance that'll say spark World War III, and a 90% chance that it won't if the Venezuelans are overwhelmingly happy about it. If they were overwhelmingly not happy about it, then yeah, maybe it would. I don't know. Like, that's another thing too. Like, oh my God, anytime any kind of conflict happens between any powers of the world that are in any way actually impactful or important, you have that threat of World War III. I've been hearing this since I was knee high to a grasshopper. I remember my parents talking about it in the late 80s. My God, if this happens, it's going to be World War III. I distinctly remember hearing this more than once. And it hasn't happened yet. So I wouldn't take that very seriously. But at the same time, like I said, one has to wonder what the knock-on effects will be. So I'll kind of leave it, kind of going in circles that. But this is the news of the day. So Keir Starmer says the UK was not involved in Venezuela operation. Yeah, I'm sure they weren't. Why the fuck would we get them involved? The UK has their own problems. And yeah, at the very same time, apparently we are having a cultural revolution in Iran. Again, just to hammer it home. There's a lot of shit going on right now. Like, I remember 2025 started off with a hell of a bang. There was some crazy shit in the news literally every day for pretty much all of January. We had a couple of different New Year's Eve bombings. One of them or some type of terrorism. One of them happened in New Orleans. Remember that? One of them had the exploding Cybertruck in Las Vegas. That was on New Year's Eve / New Year's Day. We had the raging wildfires in LA and a bunch of other bullshit that even happened before Trump's inauguration. And then we had, some various controversy surrounding that, etc. So, well, I hope 2026 isn't quite that crazy to start off with, but the way it is right now today, well, it's off to a pretty momentous start. Not saying that's good or bad, just like there's some notable things going. So I don't know. This is just people bullshitting on the internet, but they think she's going to take over. Maybe she will. And maybe she's the right person for the job. I don't know. I mean, they gave her the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, you'd think that would count for something, but we'll see. I'm very interested to see. I want to know where Maduro is right now. He and his wife, where did they bring him to? Because, like, all that's been said so far is that they've been moved out of the country. Well, where? Are they in some other South American country where we have custody of them? Are they in Gitmo? Are they on their way up to New York? I mean, where are they? I guess we'll find out more about that in a couple hours, probably. Anyway, wow. This is so funny. Russia Today posted a photo of Maduro's meeting with China's special envoy at 3 a.m. A few hours later, Maduro was captured. Venezuelan authorities don't know his whereabouts, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so... Interesting. Oh shit, what now? Whoa. Trump just went nuclear on Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, saying the cartels run Mexico and she's terrified of them. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. Cartels are running Mexico. Wow, did he really say that? Because I think that's true. I mean, I feel, I don't know, just as the casual observer, it seems like she's basically being held hostage, the president of Mexico.
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And
I would be too.
I've asked her numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
I don't know if this is recent. sees Mexico. Put her on notice. She's not scared of the cartel. She's part of the cartel. Both of those actually can be true at the same time. I think she is scared of them. Yeah, I don't know. My friend's wife was killed by an illegal immigrant by driving a truck. It's just hard to know if any of this stuff is legitimate or not, which is really too bad because some of it probably is, but how would you know? I mean, obviously, the actual news of Maduro getting captured, that's real, but like any of the reactions from it, there's no way to know whether this is, organic and real or not. It probably is only because of how short of a time it's been since it's happened. It's only been about 6 hours. Or at least it's been 6 hours since I saw it on X, and an hour before that, there was none of it on there. Yeah, it was 6-7 hours ago, I suppose. So given that, like, that's probably not enough time to throw up a whole bunch of fake shit. So I would guess most of it's probably legitimate, but again, I don't know. I would say take everything with a grain of salt until you have determined one way or the other whether it's true or false. I would just assume that. What's to say?
Slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen.
Yeah.
And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show.
Mm-hmm.
And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term. It's it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it. Was.
Yeah, it's probably true. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy weekend as far as news goes. Definitely. Oh, what's he say about this? Okay.
Tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and drug lords and everything, they sent them by the hundreds of thousands of people into our country. And that is just unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs is bad. What he did with a lot of other things is bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers.
Hold on, let's back up here for a second.
Work out, but I said, nope, we can't. And I said, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it.
I think that's pretty enlightening. Well, I mean, or just poignant. Like, he's saying he had to make a decision. It'd have been bad if it didn't actually work out. But he's like, nope, we're doing it. I think that's the closest Trump's ever gotten to admitting that it was a dicey situation and it could have gone badly. And I think that's probably actually true. Like, because yeah. What if they accidentally killed him? That would have been bad. Definitely. And by the way, I'm not sure that this is ultimately going to be a good thing because of the knock-on effects. But no matter what you do in life, you got to make a decision and then follow through on it, right? So I get that. And we'll see what the consequences of that end up being. Hopefully it's good, like overall. But there's probably going to be some bad that comes along with it too, in one way or the other. I don't know what that would be necessarily, but it's usually not all roses. So I think that's worth keeping in mind. So there's that. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, these are all just the same thing. Have you spoken to President Trump over the attack in Venezuela? Armor. No? I think President Trump is doing a press conference later. Once America's greatest ally, now the UK PM has to wait along with everybody else to find out what Donald Trump's going to have to say about it. Yeah. Like, why would we have anything to do with that? Well, good morning. We're just looking at the news that happened overnight. It's been a lot. Politics kind of stuff, but like actually kind of a big deal. Like this is something everybody should. I'll explain in a second. I gotta take a Waz and then I'll summarize it for you. Okay. So give me a second. I'll be right back and we'll talk about it a little. That's why we're doing it under just chatting, because I don't usually do just stuff that has to do with the news or politics, but this one is kind of a big one. So hang tight. We'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Well, I was just trolling the Twitter last night, and about this morning, we started to see some interesting stuff. So let me see if I can. Kitties that talk. That wasn't part of it. The big news here is, well, this right here. Statement from President Donald J. Trump. This was 5 hours ago, so it was about 3:30 this morning-ish. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with the U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All right. So remember how we've been blowing up those drug boats in the Gulf of America for like the last couple months here and there? Well, they were coming from primarily Venezuela. And a few months ago, Maduro, the president of Venezuela, Trump was like, who is basically the head of the cartel there, right? Trump's like, hey, you need to like give up your position and leave the country, or we're going to do something about it. That was like back in October-ish. A few months ago. And we've been, periodically blowing up some of these drug boats in the meantime. As we've established at least a naval presence in the region. Well, then we got this. This is the capital of Venezuela.
Sí. Marico, tengo el corazón a mil, pues. Muriéndose. Vamos a caminar, vamos a...
Few booms.
Marico, vamos a moverla. Graba ahí.
Looks like it knocked out some power in the city there, by the looks of it. Sometime overnight last night, we went in there and did the old America fuck yeah, and went and scooped his ass up. They didn't kill him. Those pew-pews were cover, so our boys could go in and arrest Maduro and his wife. Yep. And the reason why is, so this is back from the middle of October. Let's see what this says real quick.
Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to fuck around with the United States. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Maduro
he did actually say that that's real. Well, apparently Maduro changed his mind and decided not to cooperate. So Trump offered him an out, and Maduro decided not to take it. So Maduro did, in fact, fuck around. And you know what happens after that? The find out stage. So that's what happened. And we didn't kill him. We arrested him and his wife. And they are going to stand trial in the U.S. for various crimes, which I'll get to in a second. And also, this is just after he had met with a delegation from China yesterday. So pretty much like that meeting got over with, and then we scooped him up. More or less. This is the Secretary of State Marco Rubio from back in July saying Maduro is not the president of Venezuela and his regime is not a legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de las Soles, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of the country, and he is under indictment for pushing drugs into the United States. So it seems to me that this has been kind of in the works for a while, by the looks of it. And yeah, so basically Venezuela had an election in summer of 2024. Maduro was like already in charge. And then basically they baked the votes so that it looked like he was still voted in, but he wasn't. And that's pretty much been proven that, no, he basically just refused to give up power. And he's been actually a dictator ever since. He's not the legitimate leader of that country. So, yeah, we went ahead and snatched him up. And at the same time this is going on, remember Iran? You know how we bombed their nuclear facilities this summer? Because we don't want them having nukes, and they're also like pretty much responsible for funding all the terrorism that goes on in the Middle East. Well, I mean, that's the Iranian government. The people don't like it either. They're being oppressed by the Iranian government. So at the same time that we have this thing going on in Venezuela, we've got social unrest in Iran for pretty much similar reasons. What's this? Up so I can see chat better. Oh, I'm seeing people say online Trump didn't get permission from Congress and that's illegal. Yeah, it doesn't matter because this wasn't a declaration of war. If so, it was the shortest war in American history. Now, people are going to say that, but it seems to me that it's completely within the powers of the president to do exactly what he did. Especially, I mean, we had a warrant out for his arrest. We just arrested him. That's it. Yep, exactly. Like any of the boom booms, that was just cover so they could actually go in and safely take them. So yeah, I mean, people are going to cry about that, but I'm pretty sure it's completely legal. But yeah, we'll hear a bunch of crying about that. And no, I don't believe Trump actually needed Congress's approval to. But yeah, we'll hear plenty about that today, I'm sure, in the coming days. So we'll see. I think really the attitude of the Venezuelan people themselves will sort of dictate how the rest of the world sees it. If it looks like pretty much everybody's happy that happened, then people will still be like, well, he shouldn't have done that, but it'll go away. If all the Venezuelans hated the fact that happened, it would be a different narrative. So we'll see how it all plays out. But that's what I said earlier is like, I don't know if it's good or bad. because of the knock-on effects later on. So we'll have to see. But, I mean, the dude had it coming. And Trump gave him an out earlier. He decided not to take it. So, you know, it's the FO stage, right? That's how I'm seeing it so far. And it is an interesting way to say it, start 2026. I was saying earlier, we had a hell of a lot of stuff happen right away in 2025. And that was a bit of a whirlwind, especially for the first months. So see this kind of coming up right away also as well is like, yeah, that's starting it off with a bang, I guess. And like I said, at the same time, looks like the Iranian people are very strongly protesting their government over there, which their government would normally kill them for, but if there's too many of them, what are you going to do? So, which is probably, I mean, it would be good if the current regime in Iran wasn't there either. Same thing with the situation in Venezuela. They're similar in that sense that it's oppressive to the majority of the people, or so it seems. So that's going on at the same time. So I wouldn't be surprised if later this week something fucking happens over there. Although that's a bit different situation in the Middle East. So probably not, but at least intervention on our part specifically. I wouldn't expect to see that. But yeah, at the same time, we've got that going on. We've got this going on. So interesting things afoot. I don't know if this is a real image or not. If so, well, there he is. Got him. Well, poor Marco. When you find out you're the president of Venezuela now, because he already has like 7 jobs in the government besides the one he's supposed to have. Poor guy. And he knows how to speak Spanish, so it's a joke, but like, yeah. Oh, this one's right from Pam Bondi, Attorney General for the U.S. herself. Nicolas Maduro and his wife have been indicted in the Southern District of California. Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the U.S. specifically. They will soon face the wrath of the American justice on American soil, in American courts, etc. Hopefully they do that in a normal setting instead of like a military tribunal in Gitmo or something. Because I think that that would probably be it would be better received. Yes. But yeah, this might actually be Pam Bondi's first actual big arrest and all of that. About goddamn time. We'll see. Don't fuck it up. And you have all the other people chiming in as well. Rare. Got a Democrat that actually agrees that this is a good idea. Bringing Maduro to stand trial feels like a win for the region and the world. I agree. I think so. And, you know, let him stand trial. If we can arrest a foreign country's leader in the middle of the night, can we now do the same thing to the criminals in our own damn country now? I feel like people really feel that pretty hard, especially after the bullshit in Minnesota. Well, and everything else, but yeah. So, been some business going on. And, well, Trump's doing a press conference. He said at 11 a.m. That's probably Eastern, so that's probably pretty soon. We'll see what that actually comes out to be. I'm sure there'll be more information than what we have right now about the whole situation in Venezuela. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic in the sense that we're finally seeing the FO stage for some of this bullshit that Trump's been dealing with, or well, our country, not just Trump, but at all. So like, because that's the worst part is like, okay, we got all this bullshit going on, but then nothing ever happens after that, right? Same thing with Minnesota. I mean, that's new, so we'll see. But like, no, there actually has to be consequences for this stuff. So if we could get on with actually seeing the consequences, that would be fine by me. So yeah, I like. That picture is real. I think so too. It doesn't look fake to me. But I mean, you never know. Like, I pretty much assume that everything on the internet can be considered bullshit until you know better, right? But yeah, like, I have no doubt that they actually took him live, and we'll probably be finding more about that soon. So yeah, but I believe that picture was real. But, you know. Well, I would just, to me, again, same thing. Like, my default position would be is that it's fake until I know in some way that it's not. You know, so yeah. But yeah, it turns out it looks like Trump is actually doing something about this stuff. Well, especially like with the drug cartel stuff. Like, I had no doubt that he was actually going to do something about that, or wanted to. But there's a big difference between him wanting to and then actually getting something done. So, hey, bringing this guy in to stand trial, that's pretty good. But yes, could we do that for all the other fucking criminals that are already in our country? Because I would like to see that. I think pretty much everybody else would. That's sick of getting ripped off. You know? So that's kind of where we're at for right now. But again, the one thing that's a little bit worrisome is, you know, that Chinese delegation had just met with Maduro. They were still in town. And that shit happens at like fucking 2 a.m. How's China going to take that? You know? That could end up biting us in the ass. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll be like, all right. The stupid Americans might not be stupid Americans. It's bad. Yeah, they're not going to be happy with that for sure. Like, they don't have to be happy about it. It just depends on what they do or don't do about it, I guess. I don't know. But, like, that's my concern is, what are the knock-on effects of this going to be? I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad or good in that sense. It's just we're going to have to see what happens. What are they going to decide? But yeah, they're not going to be happy about that at all. And if they're not happy about that, that might be bad for us in one way or another. And yes, you're right. It could be a bad year for China depending on how Iran goes. Because if they lose Iran too, that's really going to be a bummer for them. But, on the other hand, like, don't be friends with shitheads then. But yeah, we'll see. I really think we ought to probably bring back some more of the means of production back to the U.S. Unless you want to run out of toilet paper and pharmaceuticals. Just in case. So because of it, the ramifications are more than just, freeing this country from their oppressive regime or the other. Like, it has, we live in the world of globalism, so anything that happens here on the global stage is going to have ripple effects other places, in sometimes ways maybe not totally obvious at first. So yeah, we'll see what happens. It's always kind of the question just generally in life. Do you take action to try to fix a problem? Well, you're going to have to live with whatever the ramifications of that are, and they're probably not going to be all good. You just hope that they're a lot more gooder than badder, I suppose, right? That's the way I see it, just in general. Like, oh man, should I do this? Should I not do this? I mean, you just have to weigh what you think is going to be the outcome and then see what happens. Yeah. But yeah, it seems like this deal in Iran it seems like this is real too. Like, this actually is going on. These people are actually protesting the government there, which, like I said, is incredibly ballsy to do there, because they're risking their lives by doing it. Like, literally. But sometimes that's what you got to do. And yeah, personally, I feel like any nation that lives under an oppressive regime, I would support them in, getting rid of that and, getting something better so they can just focus on, living their life, raising their kids, being left alone, because that's pretty much what everybody wants, right? Just let me do my own thing. I won't fuck with you. Don't fuck with me. Let me raise my kids and have my, really simple, right? I think pretty much everybody at their core wants that. My guess is then Vice President Rodriguez will probably consider it to be a good idea to do what Maduro should have done in the first place. So I feel like Maria is probably going to end up with control of that country. Especially looking back at what's happened over the last few months and statements that have been made and things like that. I would guess that's probably what the U.S. government would want to have happen, is to have Maria in charge. Clearly, she's friendly to our administration. Yeah, like, if we get to choose, that's what's going to happen. And yeah, I think if I had to guess, who the hell knows, right? But like, if I had to guess, that's probably what's going to happen. But it would be better if that's actually what the preference of the people in Venezuela wants, which I think they probably would, rather than just letting the current, illegitimate vice president, I suppose, Rodriguez, take the reins. And I don't know that he would even want to after this. So, yeah, I mean, and you're right. Like, the elections there have been rigged for so long, it's hard to say what the people actually want. So I think that's a completely valid point. Like, yeah, how do you even know? The only way you could know is to somehow set the situation up where they actually do have a fair election for once and see what the fuck happens. But arguably, we haven't been able to do that here for a while either, so I don't know how you'd go about it. But yeah, like in an ideal world, I would just rather have them pick the thing that they want and run with it and see what happens. Whether or not that'll actually legitimately happen, well, I mean, there's a reason why they got into this situation in the first place. So, I mean, somewhere along the line, things fell apart there for them. So, hopefully they can figure out how to fix that. Much easier said than done, though, admittedly. Especially when you have foreign influence over your whole fucking operation. From all around. Yeah, I imagine China and Russia are not real happy today. Because obviously they've had inputs on what's been currently going on for a while. And, well, we just did what we did, so, like, fucking everybody's got their fingers in the pie there, so I don't know that you could actually guarantee a legitimate election at this point, at least not right now. So I don't know what'll happen. I guess we're just going to have to wait and find out. But yeah, I would consider this a fairly big news day. So it'll be interesting to see what the news conference is later on about it. Oh God. And so, yeah, we're going to have a lot of people saying it wasn't constitutional, like you said earlier, in the first place. Well, it doesn't fucking matter, really, because it's already been done, first of all. And number two, like, I'm of the opinion, with my 8th grade civics education, that the president was able to actually do this the way he did. But there's going to be people that disagree with it. I think Massey's actually wrong on this one, and I agree with him slightly more than half of the time, but I think he's wrong. But we'll see. Oh, so was this really from today that he said this? I'll play it again.
I wonder, Mr. President, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, oh, yes, she is. No, she's very, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico. And
I would be too if I was her.
Numerous times, would you like us to take out the cartels? No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. They like to say,
so this was from today. I looked at this a little bit earlier. I just didn't know if this was a clip from today or was from something else. It seems like it probably was. So they asked the question, was what we did in Venezuela meant to be a message for Mexico? And, well, he said, well, I mean, no, but at the same time, yeah. They got problems there too. Obviously, we know that. And yeah, I think that's the deal. I don't think that the president of Mexico, Ms. Sheinbaum, I think she's pretty much being held hostage. Because in the last election where she got elected to be the president of Mexico, didn't something like 30 of the other people that were running for president they ended up dead. She didn't. So I would be worried if I was her too. You got to toe the marker, they're going to kill you too. It sounds like to me. Like that's kind of what I think, just generally. I don't know the specifics of the entire situation, but yeah, so that is from today. Okay. But like, no, it wasn't a message specifically. We didn't do that to send a message to Mexico. I believe him when he says that. No, it wasn't intended that way, but I mean, if the shoe fits kind of too. She's terrified. I would believe that. The Ayatollah is saying we will not give in to the enemy. Well, you might not have a choice there, man. So yeah, well, goddamn. Oh, hold on. MSNBC, which rebranded itself, but it's still MSNBC, says people aren't on the streets celebrating the capture of Maduro. Some people might read, but maybe they didn't want Maduro out as bad as we thought they did. Well, that's probably true for some of them, but I don't know. Like, what's the majority opinion? I would be curious to know what it actually is, because I'm sure there's some people that are not happy with that in Venezuela, and there's probably a whole lot of people that aren't happy with it. Yeah, that's the cartels. But if who knows? So that's why I say the same thing. Like, is this real? Are these people actually celebrating this way or not? Now, I think these guys are full of shit for saying that, but they might have a point kind of in a way. Only just because, like, yeah, there's probably not people dancing in the streets and rejoicing everywhere there. I'm sure there's definitely places where they're not. Yeah, that's to be expected. The question is where's the ratio there? I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. Ooh, this is Tucker Carlson's defending him. I'm sure this is from something earlier on. I'll like that and come back to it later. I don't want to watch it. He's about to speak in the next 10 minutes. Let me see if I can get that queued up and we can watch it live. Because, yeah, if it's going to happen like in the next... First of all, he's supposed to do it in the next 10 minutes. That means it's going to be a half an hour at least. Okay, just so you know. But, yeah, we'll see if we can find it on YouTube. Ooh, Johnny Depp defamation trial. That was so good. That's been on my deal for a while. Yeah, no, like every time that Trump is supposed to talk at like say 11 a.m., it's like 45 minutes later. It happens all the time, so that's not weird. It's just it would be weirder if it was on time. I guess that just gives people a chance to get all piled in before he starts talking, right? So it is what it is. But let's see if we can get it queued up. Oh, look, it's me. That's right now. Wow. That's kind of meta. Anyway, let's see. Fox on in the background. Yeah, probably Fox News Live, probably. would probably have it, right? Trump addresses the capture of Maduro. So yeah, probably this. Scheduled for 10 a.m. our time, which is in 5 minutes. Oh, we can't actually like click into there. Oh. So yeah, we'll wait for it and we'll see what he says. I would love to see this live. This is history in the making. One way or the other. It is. Isn't it weird that he kind of looks like Saddam Hussein? Just completely random. I think it's just the bushy eyebrows and the mustache for me. I mean, it's pretty generic, really, but like, yeah, it's kind of similar a little bit. Yeah, something about the eyes specifically. Yeah. So we'll wait here a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be a bit. So like, I've got that here. We'll, in the meantime, see if there's anything else worth kind of looking at. Let me make sure I have the sound on here. So notify me. Do that notification on. So we'll get the dings when shit starts happening. The president says that Maduro and his wife were first taken to the USS Iwo Jima. That's one of our aircraft carriers that was kind of positioned off the coasts of Venezuela and has been there for a while. Oh, so they're on the ship and they're going to be coming to New York. Ooh. Yeah, let me know, because it might be a little different with the online thing too, but like we'll see what happens. So they're on a ship and they're coming to New York. Okay. Good. I was a little bit worried that they would just like go to Guantanamo, which to me, I don't think that would be as well received. Not necessarily totally negatively, but like, yeah. Just bring them to court on actual U.S. soil. Let's do this shit. I'm very interested to see how the court proceedings and stuff will go, and what they actually figure out. What were they guilty of? What were they not? What's going to be the punishment? Whatever it is that they get charged for and maybe found guilty of, what's the actual punishment? They're just going to throw them in jail forever? They're going to exile them to whatever country will take them? Or they're going to put them to death? What are they going to do? Like, yeah, maybe they'll actually just be, well, you're going to spend the rest of your life in Gitmo. Bye. And then that's the end of the story. That's probably the most likely scenario, if I had to guess. But I don't know. I think that's definitely it's probably the most likely thing. But I don't know. I've been wrong on my guesses before. I mean, it would be some kind of crazy if they sentenced them to death and just hung them in fucking Times Square or something. Do I think that's going to happen? No. I think that there's probably a 0.5% chance that that's going to actually happen. or something like that, right? But it'd be fucking nuts if it did. And I don't even know that if that's a good idea that we should do that, but I wouldn't completely say that there's zero chance of that happening. I think that really depends on the attitude people have. Death, I think, is least likely. I think it's least likely just in general for anything. They want people to forget about him. Well, you don't want to make him a martyr either. So, yeah, I mean, but on the other hand, we did kill Saddam Hussein publicly. So I wouldn't say it's entirely off the table. And I'm not even saying that I want that, but that's pretty extreme, right? So we'll see. I have no idea. I think that whatever the punishment is will kind of dictate the attitude for other things like that. Say like the fraud in Minnesota and things like that. I think whatever happens with this one would set the tone maybe for other things like that. For the next little while. But yeah, I have no idea. Well, if they're on a ship and they're heading to New York, it's going to take them a long time. It's going to take the ship a while to get to New York. I mean, I would think. How long does it take an aircraft carrier to go from Venezuela back to New York? Probably a few days. I don't know. Maybe they're a lot faster than I think they are. I guess we'll know more in, negative 3 minutes ago. It's not on yet. Like I said, yeah, no. It'll be a little while yet. But yeah, I kind of actually want to watch this long, so. After that, we might play some video games because I don't think that'll be really look at for a little while, but I think we should see that. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break and then we'll be right back. Did I miss anything? 60 hours to go from Venezuela to New York, so 2.5 days. Yeah, I think so. It was probably just a place where they held him. So, yeah, I imagine they will be in New York quicker than 2.5 days. Still, that's pretty good. That's a long way by sea for an aircraft carrier to move. So, yeah, they do actually move pretty quickly. Yeah. I would have guessed a lot longer, but there you go. I did not know that. Now, what happens if that all of a sudden that ship gets blown to shit? If that ship gets blown to shit, that actually would be World War III. Yeah, I would have thought like a week. Because that's a long way. Even if you took the most direct route you possibly could from off the coast of Venezuela to off the coast of New York, it's got to be like 3,000 miles. 2,500, 3,000 miles minimum. That's a ways. So that's actually pretty impressive. But on the other hand, I guess like those big cargo ships that come from China to the West Coast, it doesn't seem like it takes them terribly long, which is also surprising. So, yeah, I guess so. Just they move faster than we think. Just because they're big ass ships doesn't mean they're slow necessarily. Oh, good old Tech Zone. Just called a racist for saying, I think the United States should prioritize its own citizens before thinking of other countries. Well, it is. It depends on how you look at it. I mean, I would agree with that. Generally. Like, yeah, we should be worrying about ourselves before we worry about the citizens of other countries. But it's it's a little bit more complicated than that. You got to look at the second and third order effects, right? By influencing other countries, I mean, that's why we do it, right? We influence other countries to be a net benefit to us. That's the idea in general. It gets fucked up a lot because, there's a lot of money involved with stuff like that. But like, that's the idea. Like, the reason why we give a shit about any other countries at all is for our benefits. It's just not A to B. You got to go to A to B to C to D to get there. Modern aircraft carrier do have nuclear reactors powering the engines. Yeah, but that's just efficiency in fuel. I mean, you could do the same thing probably in diesel fuel. It would just, you'd probably have to refuel before you made it all the way there. With nuclear reactors, you don't have to. So maybe that's the difference. No refueling. And they probably do have greater just energy output, so you can put more power behind the engines, that sort of. True. Depending on how old you are, in sometime in high school, probably in your sophomore or junior year. In my case, it was one of the two. They have you take the ASVAB, which is a standardized test for specifically put on by the military for, competency, basically. And I scored, tied for the highest score in my class for that. It was not optional. We had to take it. I don't know if the girls did, but the boys did. And yeah, based off of that, there was a couple. You took the ASVAB in 11th grade. Yeah, it was probably 11th grade for me. But yeah, like, so then they give you kind of a short list of careers within the military that fit with what they think your skill set would be. And mine was, nuclear reactor stuff and stuff that had to do with the Air Force that they wouldn't quite explain, which is intelligence, which I found out later. So that was kind of a weird feeling. I didn't do it. In retrospect, I kind of wish I had, to be honest with you, especially at the time I came up. Oh, yeah, not surprised. Yeah, I mean, it fits, sure. More so then than it does now, I suppose. But yeah, so that's the kind of shit that the military would do with me, was stuff with nuclear, computer stuff, and, well, the intelligence part would have also been computer stuff specifically. I always thought that was kind of interesting. I mean, I was in no mind at 16 or 17 to want to help the government do anything. Because, I would have been a junior in 1997. The whole Monica Lewinsky thing still hadn't died down yet. Like, I had no trust in the government then. 98? Yeah. Well, I would have started my junior year in 97. Because my graduating year was 99, so that means I would have started my senior year in 90. Right? Yep. So yeah, either way, the whole Lewinsky thing and everything else like that, which I didn't give a shit about. I'm like, he got his dick sucked in office. Who gives a fuck? But just the whole thing around that, it's like, I don't trust any fucking sort of authority, let alone the government. And plus, I watched Forrest Gump, and I love that movie. Still love it. So, no, I don't really trust the government for anything. So, needless to say, I didn't join the military. I wish I would have, though, to be honest with you. Because I think I would have hit that, like, at about the most ideal time. Especially if I would have ended up in the Air Force. Yeah, well, and the reason why is I'd have been on my way out of whatever your normal few years of service would have been by around 2001, depending on. I wouldn't have seen combat. It's not the kind of role to put me in. But yeah, I was like, nah, fuck that. But yeah, later I found out because I ended up, Dave was in the military, in the Air Force specifically. That's how I know what the Air Force would have actually wanted. Not flying planes. The intelligence aspect, specifically as I had to do computers. I'll leave it at that, I guess. But yeah, interesting, but I wish I would have in retrospect. But teenage angst and rejection of authority won the day back then. Maybe for the better. We'll never know, I guess. But I have a slightly different attitude about it now. The military is the biggest defender of the common people's rights, as it should be. Despite what the rest of the government, I think. Or at least I hope that that's true. Goddamn. But I believe it is. And I think it's a criminal shame that we don't treat our veterans better. I feel like that needs a lot of work. Friend joined as an Air Force high school as a firefighter. Then in the firehouse watching TV, lifting weights, hanging out for 4 years. Got to go to college for free. Very few fires occur on an Air Force base, apparently. Well, ideally, yeah, I would think so. So that means everything was going right. Yeah. Depends on which Air Force base, though. Like, if you're in one of the places that flies experimental craft, maybe the firefighters get a little more action. Hard to say. But yeah, like, I should have done it. Oh, something's happening. Yeah, I've seen a jet fuel fire. So is lung. That shit's scary. That'll burn off your eyebrows at 100 yards. No, we probably have a little time before it take place. Man, they got carpet down here that looks like a casino. Let's see what it is. 20 after. Yeah, we've probably got a good. I could hear something in the background. Something was probably going to be a little bit. Let's see what else. Ooh, Elon Musk. And now for the find out part of FAFO. Well, that just happened. Ooh, that's right. Maduro talked tough and talked shit against Elon Musk a few months ago. Said he wanted to fight him. Like, fisticuffs, fight him. He might get his chance. Maybe that'll be it. You are sentenced to fight Elon Musk. Punch him in the face. I'm joking, but it would be kind of funny. He never had a real fire on his watch. They occasionally set fire to a dumpster. Yeah, like you actually have to do practice skills. Yeah, good gig if you can get it. Fafo, that's right. Oh, AOC's got something to say. What's she got to say? It's not about drugs. If it was, Trump wouldn't have pardoned one of the largest narco traffickers in the world last month. Depends on what the deal was. It's about oil and regime change. They do have a lot of oil in Venezuela. That's true, but that doesn't mean that that's what's going on necessarily. They need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein and skyrocketing healthcare costs. You could make statements like that about literally anything. That doesn't mean anything. Where's the receipts? How do you know that? How can you prove that? Otherwise, that's just empty rhetoric. I don't believe her. I think it is actually about, well, it's not about drugs, but it is about drugs. And who did he pardon? That was, yeah, who's the, let's ask Grok. Dear Grok, who is the narco? I just want to know who she's talking about. Honduran president? Okay. I thought it was actually going to say something else. I don't know. Depends. What did we get for that? You think we just pardon him for like fucking no reason and that's it? Nah, we probably got something juicy out of that. But yeah, I don't believe. Especially to distract from Epstein and skyrocketing healthcare costs. Well, what do you mean? For 4 years under Biden, nobody gave a shit about Epstein at all. Didn't ask any questions. And sure as hell didn't stop at skyrocketing healthcare costs, which didn't happen overnight. They've been happening the entire time. So this is just bullshit. Yeah, I don't believe that. Come up with better talking points. This shit doesn't work. Just go ahead and call everybody racist and sexist. It makes about as much sense. She's retarded. I wish she wasn't, because she's got enough fire in her belly where if she actually, did something that was worth a fuck, it'd probably be good, but she wastes her time and energy towing her party line instead of, actually giving you shit about what's actually going on. This is just such bullshit. I don't buy it. President Trump reveals that they originally planned to conduct the Venezuela operation 4 days ago, but the weather wasn't good. Probably true. He also said Maduro tried to hide in a fortress, but it failed. Good. No. Fuck commies. Congrats, Venezuela. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm sure I agree. again, I worry about the knock on effect because that's what actually matters. Military experts on Argentine news confirmed that Maduro is half of the Venezuelan army on Christmas leave, believing President Trump was only bluffing about attack. Well, I guess he wasn't. Oops. Sealed indictment. I don't even want to go. Privately, Iran, Russia, and China will be impressed with the military capability. I would argue that none of the three militaries could have executed an operation like this. Every single one of them is completely capable, with the exception of maybe Iran. But you do have to have a show of force every now and then so everybody knows what's going on. But this is just some random guy's take on a senior military analyst. What does that mean? Was he in the military? Or was he just a World War II buff? I know a lot of those. That doesn't mean that they're military. Impress isn't probably quite the right word. I'm trying to think of a better one, but it escapes me. I mean, impressive covers it, but like it's not the word I would use. But yeah, they'll notice. They'll definitely notice it for sure. So in that way, he's right. Massey is mad because of regime change. Well, the devil's in the details, isn't it? Do you let them just do whatever they're going to do forever, or do you do something about it? You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. You just figure out which one is the more ideal option. This is about oil and regime change. Well, yeah, probably is. So what? That's never stopped us before. I mean, even if that is true, it's never stopped us before. So what? I'm not even saying that's good. I'm just saying, the fuck do you think's going to happen? Of course. We got another Afghanistan in the Western Hemisphere. That's not going to happen here. If for no other reason, then there's a big difference between the culture in Afghanistan and the culture in South America. And I think that makes a really big difference. Might not make all the difference. Hey. Pretty much everybody in Central and South America is pretty staunchly Christian if they have any particular religious affiliation. And that's a huge difference from the Middle East, just in general. So just to begin with, you're coming from a completely different angle. So yeah, I don't think that you can really conflate those to being really the same thing, just from that perspective. And I think that means it matters enough to make a difference to make them uniquely different, with maybe the exception of Cuba. I mean, even the most leftist of South American or Central American governments, we do share that commonality. Is that the people, they love baby Jesus and Mother Maria. So that's a completely different angle than what we face in the, and have faced in the Middle. So that's a completely different, just from the get-go, that way. Now, people might think that that doesn't make that big of a difference. I think it does. So I like Massey. There's things that I completely agree with him with. Like I said, I agree with him maybe a little over half the time, but this isn't one of them. It's like, I don't think he's correct on this. But it's okay to disagree. Like, just because I disagree with him on this doesn't mean that I think he's Satan or I hate him or blah, blah. That's ridiculous. Same thing with AOC. Like I said, like, if she could use that energy for something that was worthwhile, that'd be really something. Ooh, this from 2019.
2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido.
Not Maduro.
We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime. 2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela.
And this was in 2019. So this happened before 2024. This wasn't the first time that he just like didn't, that Maduro like ignored the election. Hold on a second. I got to see if that's how do I answer? Was there a presidential election in Venezuela 2018? Yeah, they had a presidential election on May 20th, 2018. Incumbent President Nicolas Maduro was declared the winner with approximately 67.8%, defeating his main challenger with around 46%. This election was highly controversial. Main opposition boycotted it, calling the process rigged and unfair. Leading opposition figures were banned from running. Same bullshit that they tried with that lady in 2024. Okay, so this is not the first time. Is 2024 wasn't even the first time he did this. Maduro. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. I'll be damned. Okay. So yeah, he's been pulling this bullshit for a while, apparently. Oh, I see. Okay. So they went on the ship first. And yeah, they're flying out from the ship. Yeah, the ship's not coming back to New. They were just held on the ship. It looks like. Oh, that's an interesting take. China won't bleed for you, and Maduro just proved it. Being China's partner is a fatal mistake. China spent over $100 billion propping up Venezuela, and then watched as its ironclad ally was arrested and flown out in a U.S. operation. Interesting way to spin that. So, like, China's not going to save you, basically. When pressure hits, China doesn't protect you. Suppose. I don't know how much credence I would give to that, but like, I guess like the Chinese didn't save them, so there you go. I guess. It's 18 degrees outside. I would have guessed it was more. It's pretty pleasant when anyway. Let's see. I said that it was going to be like, what, a half an hour, 45 minutes, and we're like 38 minutes deep. We should be pretty close. I told you. Oh. Here he is. All right. Okay, let's go.
Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff.
Yeah, it is big stuff.
We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. all perfectly executed and done.
He's been up all
No
night.
nation in the world
You can
could
tell.
achieve what America achieved.
He's fucking
yesterday,
exhausted.
or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The
Yeah, it was like 2, 3 in the morning.
lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
Uh-huh.
It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence.
Yeah, it seems like they got the job done really
Seen
quick.
Anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days.
We've had some
a
L's.
respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea. We were just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were
Yeah,
in a
been sitting
ready-
out there for weeks.
ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated.
Yes.
You would have seen what I saw last night. You would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but
Yep.
it was an incredible thing to see.
Yeah, we probably won't
Not
get
a
to see what
single
he saw.
American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs,
I would also like to see what he saw, but I believe he's telling the truth. He's like, I wish you could see what I saw, but you're probably not going to get to ever.
as we can do a safe,
He's probably
proper,
telling the truth about that.
judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years.
Yeah, fuck that.
So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious, because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland.
Yeah.
We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Okay, so we took it over.
Everyone knows the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time.
It won't be after
They were
this.
pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
The left is not going to like this.
And start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not.
I didn't expect that either. And I didn't expect him to say it.
Call it that. The first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership
Hopefully.
of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, many, many Americans, hundreds of thousands over the years.
We'll take their money too then.
Because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil.
Good.
Right now they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
Okay.
But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro
Yeah, he just stayed there.
remained in power
Yeah.
and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition,
Yeah, not just America, too, by the way.
amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States. Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide, and he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes.
Oh, I remember
They cut
that.
the fingers off people if they call police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore.
Good.
The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. and they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime
Memphis is a
down
really bad
7%. And
really
the governor of
dangerous.
Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster. But it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit.
You don't need the credit. You just need to do a job.
Out when they need us, they'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country.
It should be.
But
it should be the safest.
They sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungary, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn. And
yeah, he'll go on for a while on that.
The bridge, there was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher.
Mm-hmm.
A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe.
Of course, he had to get one of those in there.
We sort of forgot about it. It's very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen.
Yeah.
So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic.
Well, that's because Marco is going to have to be the president of Venezuela now. So, yeah, he's probably doing the pee-pee dance a little bit.
I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives.
Yeah, he is fidgeting a lot.
The embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American...
He's probably going to have to speak after this. That's why. He's probably getting a little nervous.
And the United States retains all military...
Either that or he really does have to take a piss.
...demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again.
Good.
It's been a long time for them, but they're free.
Yeah.
America
hopefully it stays that way.
A safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a command.
He's not taking questions right now. Fuck off.
And the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest.
It seemed like it. Seemed like it was pretty fast, to be honest.
American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raising Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world.
I hope it's actually true.
As the president said,
I don't know if it is, but yeah.
Notice America can project our will anywhere.
Hopefully that's even close to true.
The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night.
Yep.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance.
He did.
Just like Iran had their chance. Until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about
That's a weird one. I don't know about that.
And dominance.
The oil thing.
This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people.
Good.
This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it.
Well, yeah, and you just do it real fast, real quick, get it done, and get the fuck out. That's the best thing you could possibly do.
I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raising Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro.
They're still listening. I'll be right back.
This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft, launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose, to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise.
Yeah, and don't kill
Failure
them.
of one
That's the hard
component
part.
Of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force.
Good.
Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters.
Mm-hmm.
Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise.
Yeah.
And minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice.
Yeah.
And as the president
It's not
said
going to work out
earlier
very good if you
today,
kill them.
weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings, but when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component
That was the booms.
was,
I'm
and
guessing.
always will be, to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended
Yeah, so
into
midnight
Maduro's
here.
compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force and self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission.
Good.
As the operation unfolded,
That's lucky, though.
our air and ground intelligence
Well, maybe not lucky, but
provided
fortunate.
real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life.
Good.
After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage.
You got to get them out, too.
Fire.
That's the thing.
There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Good job.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world.
Yeah, the entire West doesn't recognize.
With a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million.
Yep,
and,
because we did it ourselves. Yep.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this.
Yeah, he did.
Provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around.
Yep.
And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation.
Iran's next. Watch.
Flood our country with gang members. Is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with a
calling it now.
Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player.
No.
When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take.
Yeah, then nothing happens.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now
Yeah,
you don't know. Now you know.
And if you don't know, now you know. You're up.
This is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And
No, you actually have to do something.
If he's serious about something, he means it.
Yeah.
And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a
Good.
president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities
Mhm.
to find his way somewhere else and
Yep.
figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but
Yep.
instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the
Well-
president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody.
Yes.
Don't play games. Don't play games with this president.
Yeah, if you want to fuck around, that's not going to work out good.
So I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and
Mhm.
and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I got a question.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela, so who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President,
does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President, what's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly.
You can't really trust that.
And she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is about that?
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine.
Yep.
And I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
He does have to watch his ass. You hear that? You're next if you fuck around.
Do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a
you can't.
mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days.
Yeah.
It's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice.
Yeah.
And the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Yeah, of course.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good.
Yeah.
If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result.
Yeah, when it
I
works.
say they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming.
We were in the area for a while, so yeah.
Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
Yeah. He's right. You don't have to like it, but he's right.
Live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And
yeah.
He wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe.
He didn't make him.
We would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say, on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where's Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President.
Yeah, he's not going to tell you that.
The U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents.
Yeah, not with me, we don't.
We've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win.
It's a fair question, but that's...
You look at al-Baghdadi. You look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago.
You know, they're not going to tell him where he's going to be held. I mean, not specifically.
So that we can take care of
like, that's dumb.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to get it. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that?
So it is an oil grab, though, by the way, also. Yeah.
What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have
in the American way.
Riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you.
Yeah.
you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country.
It was.
And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going
to
to be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro.
Yep.
And right now
Can't trust that.
she's president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, "We'll do whatever you need." I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back.
Yeah.
We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have
That's the concern.
Companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela, and the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
arrested
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Yeah, it's just straight up, right?
Elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place.
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
Yeah, I believe that.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems that Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President,
Bam.
The location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't.
I can't believe that Marco doesn't have all gray hair.
How many hesitations about Machado? Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost
So
us
the U.S.
anything.
isn't going to dedicate
We
any
will.
money to
Well, we want
the
safety
development.
there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's
I don't like the oil angle, really.
important. It's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded.
I don't know if
by
I like
safe,
that.
secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year.
That makes me
is gonna be a
nervous.
great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want
at
to get
war
into
with
the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender.
Yeah.
And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain? You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people...
I don't know about this situation.
And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Okay, fair enough.
Boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that
Well,
country?
no, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something.
I'm glad that he's actually saying it, though.
We're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela.
I'm not sure that I like the idea, but I'm glad that he's just flatly saying it.
And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a
President.
bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's always nice.
You had a
to talk
phone.
about.
Oh, good.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to.
What does that have to do with what she said?
So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not.
Yeah, it wasn't apparently. No, and like he's probably right about that. Like,
And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month 30,000? This last it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions, we send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long.
Yeah, because it took somebody else.
That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general can take over the country?
Can you talk about your conversation with the vice president?
Damn. Well. I mean, people have long speculated that any interest that we've had in Venezuela is because of oil, because it's like one of the biggest oil reserves on Earth, period, let alone in the Western Hemisphere. So it's not exactly surprising that we have motivation for that reason. Try to X out. But I'll give them credit for just saying so. That, like, yeah, that's part of the reason why we're there. And also, that guy was a dick, and he was doing shit to fuck up our country. So we're going to take basically the oil as reparations. That's kind of what I got out of it. Both of these things can be true at the same time. I don't know if I like that, just because it's, like he said, that's a dangerous situation. It's worth a lot of money, all that kind of stuff. So, I would rather see how do I put it? I would rather see the Venezuelan people take over their own country sooner than later. But he's right. I mean, you get rid of the guy that's running the show, you're going to have to hold down the situation yourself for a little while. I mean, you got to like get some stability going on. But I mean, that sounds dangerously close to occupying the place for the oil too at the same time. So I'm sure you're going to see criticism of that kind. Yeah, like I think they have the most in the entire world, like all together. Which kind of makes sense that China and Russia were involved in there to suppress them from pumping it so they could kind of control that situation for themselves. So, yet again, it's all about oil at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't know if I'm real thrilled with that. just in general. But at least it's in our own hemisphere this time, which maybe it's better. I don't know. I'll say what I said before. Like, I would rather just the people of that country get to take it back for themselves. Because they've effectively been manipulated for at least 20, 25 years for that same reason, just in the other way. Yeah, it would be better if, well, I guess it depends on what happens, but like, I'm uncomfortable about that because I remember what I said about a half an hour after 9/11 happened, and I watched the second plane crash into the towers, and I told my roommate, this is about oil. It's about oil. And it was. It might have been about other things too, but there's no denying that was a role. So that makes me extremely nervous. We don't need to necessarily go down that path again. So I guess it will really depend on what happens. The sooner that the people of that country can actually take it back and control it and not be fucked around with outside influences, including our own, the better off the entire world. So yeah, I'm nervous about that. Like, but it's no surprise. But at the same time, Maduro was a piece of shit bad dude. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater there either. So I guess we're just kind of have to see what happens. And hopefully we make good decisions with that. So I think that's where we're at. Or at least that's where I'm at with it. I get it. I mean, that dude needs to be taken out for sure. And he needs to be tried fairly in a court of law, which I guess that's going to happen. But yeah, who's going to run the country? Well, us for now. I'll give him credit for just like saying all that shit straight up, though. To be honest, that's better than being lied to about what the situation is. You know, for what it's worth. So I don't know. That's a lot. But it is better than being lied. Definitely enlightening. Damn. Yeah, I mean, you might as well just say it. If that's what you're really up to, you might as well just say it. It's always easier to admit the truth than it is to try to sell people on a lie. It is. It's oftentimes more convenient to try to sell the lie. But it's just easier from the get-go. Tell the truth. And yeah, I believe that's the truth. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what I would have expected to actually be going on. So we'll see what happens. I don't know what else to say about that, but like, yeah, it's a weird situation. So I'm definitely not going to say this is because of, remember, we were talking earlier, where these secondary, third order impacts on the situation going to be? Well, we're going to find those out, but we got a little clue on to what some of those are going to be. We'll see. Like in a perfect world, yeah, we just actually command and take back their oil, get it back up and running, get it pumping like a son of a bitch, give them a whole lot of the money from it. And of course, we're going to keep some of it for ourselves. And, then, yeah, we'll get them stabilized so they can do shit for themselves. And, after that, we'll see. That would be ideal. We'll see what happens. Always about oil. It's so annoying. But yeah, I guess we're in charge for now. We'll see how long that lasts. Or if we get any pushback from other people on that. I can't imagine what the rest of the world is going to say about that. But now, since we got that, so that's out of the way now, I guess that's what's going to happen for the next little while. We do have some shit going on at home that needs some attention, so I hope that we care about that as much. Because, I mean, really, if the fraud here in the U.S. on taxpayer dollars is even half as bad as it seems like it is, well, that'd be a pretty good source of money for us too, just by virtue of the fact that we're not pissing it away anymore. So, yep, throw some of these bad actors that are stealing from us right here at home, throw their asses in jail too. Put them on trial, like Tim Walz, for example. There's no way he didn't know what was going on with the fraud in Minnesota. He needs to be brought up on real charges. He needs to be the next one prosecuted. Just for instance, there's lots of other ones too. That's just for a start. So yeah, I mean, like the one guy said, if you can just pluck this guy out of a whole different country and haul him into the courthouse, why the fuck can't you do that for this guy that's right here, in the U.S.? Do that too. If you do that too, that's the fucked up thing. If you did that too, I'd feel a little better about the Venezuela thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to do that and actually put the hammer down and do justice, you got to, do it for everything then. And then, fine. To the victor go the spoils of war, so to speak. But yeah, do that too. But I guarantee you, Iran's going to be next on the list. Or there's going to be something that goes on over there again. Probably soon. They already telegraphed, so buckle up and be ready for that. Because, again, like I said earlier, obviously the stuff in Venezuela has been going on for a while. And Trump did not mention that lady's name at all. Did you notice that? the Nobel Prize winner. See if I can find her name. Where'd it go? Maria Corina Machado. They'll end up putting her as leader of the country. The only question is how long. I think. So that's probably what's going to happen. If in my view, I could be wrong. But yeah, we're probably going to see some action in Iran next. It kind of depends on the next little bit. It won't be immediately. It might even be like 3-6 months, something like that. Yeah. It could be a hell of a lot sooner too. We'll see. Damn. That's a lot. I'm glad we watched that though. I think that was pretty eye-opening and about as honest as you're going to get, I would imagine. Again, I'll say that I appreciate the fact that he didn't skirt around the whole, well, Venezuela has a hell of a lot of oil. Yeah, you might as well just say it and get it out in the open and, you know, say what you're going to do about it. That takes out a whole bunch of conspiracy theories, speculation, all that kind of shit. And to be fair, sort of devil's advocate opinion, I mean, why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we assume control of it? My only demand on that would be is that the people there deserve to be free. If it ends up just being America instead of Maduro, that's not good. It's just more of the same for them. Fuck that. That's dumb. So hopefully we got a better plan in line for that, but complicated. Well, that was a lot. Brits hate this word. It's definitely not the C word. I'll watch that later on my yeah, like from the bottom of my heart, I hope that the Venezuelan people end up better off for this situation. That's all. Other countries are going to respond to this bad initially. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I mean, anytime you have any kind of mix-up like that, that's going to happen. It isn't even necessarily due to what the decision or situation is. That much of a shakeup is going to have that effect. I mean, unless you're day trading, it doesn't fucking matter. And if you are day trading, hopefully you're on the right end of it. Otherwise, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter. But you're right. I would expect, well, actually, I don't know. I mean, yes. But wouldn't that also strengthen the petrodollar? You know, a little while after the fact, unless things go really badly. I mean, yeah, I would expect the first few days of next week, all the markets will be in flux. But yeah, like anybody that's a long-term investor, and by long-term I mean literally not day trading, it's not going to matter. And it may strengthen the petrodollar, which would be potentially a hedge against inflation. Also, it depends on what happens. There's way too many variables to say for sure, but yeah, in the short term, stocks will go down just like they did, when put a bunch of tariffs on China and then took them off and then put them on again. Up and down, up and down. If you are a day trader and know what's going on and position yourself right, you've had a very good year. And I would expect that sort of thing to continue. But in the long term, I think globally, what will happen is largely dependent on the success of this endeavor. So we'll see. Buy low, sell high. After the absolute blowout in Venezuela and previously with Iran, it becomes increasingly clear that the 20-year war in the Middle East was by design. Oh, of course it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Except, I'll play devil's advocate on this one. We are much better equipped to do a precision extraction like that than 20 years ago. That doesn't mean we couldn't have done it then. It's just a lot easier now. I mean, no doubt our military prowess and technology has come a hell of a lot way in 20 years. But so is everybody else's. So even 20 years ago, we were still on top. 20 years later, presently, still on top. But yeah, like, why did all that shit in the Middle East stretch on so long? Oh yeah, that was completely by design. We could have got these motherfuckers long time ago, especially if you don't care if you bring them back alive. The only problem is like, how do you prove that? Oh, we killed so-and-so. Well, you dropped a bomb that left a crater half a mile wide. We can't identify anything. How the hell do we know that you got them? That's the problem, right? The only way that you can actually show the world that you actually got this guy is you have to take him alive. And that's a hell of a lot harder than just killing him. So, there is something to be said for that. But it'll be interesting to see Maduro's trial. And hopefully it doesn't take fucking forever. Anyway, here we are. Oh, completely unrelated to this. I think we're done with politics for today. I saw something yesterday when I was looking at, like I said, completely off subject. We're going to do something else now. Let me see if I can find it. I thought this was kind of interesting. I can find it. Give me a second here. Second again. Thing. Pick this. Oh, here we go. So, in the old Ocarina of Time PC port developments, this was an interesting addition. I haven't actually looked at this or played through it at all, but I just happened to see it. And I thought this was interesting. Add the Rock's Feather, a custom item, mind you, to the random item pool. So the Rock's Feather, I think that was in Link's Awakening. Basically, once you got it, it allowed you to jump, which otherwise you can't do at all in those games. Or even Ocarina of Time, unless you're going off a ledge and the game jumps for you, basically, right? No, this one is like you push a button and like it allows you, basically. I think that's what they're talking about. Adds Rock's Feather as a fully implemented item into the randomizer pool. It does not have logic tied to it. An item associated with it, etc., etc. Apparently, they had this in the Indigo ROM hack, so that's where he got the idea from. And implement. Yeah, like jump on command. Yes. So let's download it and try it out. And this is one of like the main contributors for the PC port. Apparently, you got some pushback on this. Enough where like he rescinded the change and then decided to do it anyways. And they're like, take it or leave it. So I'm interested in this particularly for that reason, because like it's interesting adding a custom item to the game for starters that hasn't existed in the PC port at all so far as I know. And also that there's some kind of pushback from the other main devs. So let's download it and see what happens. So let's go ahead and grab that. See how it goes. I'm going to turn off the display there for a second, just in case it would otherwise show private information. Give me a second here. We'll get this set up and we'll look at it and see if it does what I think it does and how that actually impacts the gameplay. So, right. I gotta like copy it and make a new folder. Shit like that. Did they actually finish the Indigo ROM hack? I don't know, actually. It's just that apparently he got the idea from that because they did it. So then he brought it into the PC. Same idea. I don't know about, I have not followed the Indigo ROM hack. Mostly just because you can't like do the free look and stuff like that, which is kind of a non-starter for me. But yeah, like it would be cool if you could bring the whole Indigo ROM hack over to the PC port so that you have the same controls as that. Then I would play it. They got to figure out how to do that. You know? That's what I want to see. So let's see. What do we want to call this? Rock Feather. And then we will. This is an interesting idea if it is. Given that he says in his notes how much pushback he got from the other devs for it, it probably is. So. Other things. Mods. I think this is. Because I might as well get the pretty graphics. We'll get there. I know it's not very interesting because you can't. It's just easier for me to do this. Bear with me. Grab our configuration so we don't have 6 hours. This to configuration. Almost done. Beep, yes, do that. It's processing in search. Oh, there we go. It didn't explode. It actually worked. Okay. Oops, there we go. Oh, I didn't have my controller turned on, so it's probably not going to work. Oh, it does. Wow, even better. We're getting. I don't see it like on the On the right hand side here. I don't see this feather on. It might not show it on this though. So okay, so here's what we're gonna do. All right, let's do that. Let's do randomizer. It should be like the normal stuff that I always pick, I guess. Oh, it does look a little bit different. Starting inventory. Oh, it doesn't have it specifically. That's okay. There's a different way. Generate a rando. Oh, I should turn this down. Ah, fuck. None of the controller buttons work, so I still have to do that. Damn it. Why does that work, but nothing else does? Yeah, okay. What the fuck, man? Oh, yeah. It doesn't have any of the key bindings for this, so I have to do it anyways, even though I did the thing. Fuck, okay. I hate doing it. So L R D Somehow it had all the analog stick stuff in there, but literally nothing else. Oh, okay. That might actually be. So it does have that. This stuff's probably good. That's good enough to get going. Yeah. Let's see if. We can actually get in here and do the thing, though. Damn, that's loud. Turn that down a little bit. Okay. 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 All right, so it's a normal set. Normal. And also, just by accident, Saria song. Okay, so on top of that, then, so here's what we can do: dev tools, save editor, inventory. Will it show it on here anywhere? Equipment. comes. I don't even know how you would put a custom item in the game. Like, how would you fit it in there? Anyway, I don't see anything that shows me that. And it might be just because they didn't put the stuff in here for it, but you can actually get it in. And I don't want to have to go through the whole fucking game to figure that out or to see it. Hold up. So it's on the same thing as Nehru's, it looks like. Yeah, don't like, I was hoping to just like give the item to myself so I could see it in practice. But I don't see anything in the save editor. It doesn't say that it. It'd be really good if I could just give it to my. Like, how are you supposed to test it? See if it actually does the thing until we just run into it. I don't know, unless there's something in the randomizer that says something about it. Doesn't. Because it would be annoying to spend the time on it for like 2 hours. Then just not see it. Oh, they have trees in here now? That's fucked. No. Ooh. I'll do all that other shit. But trees, I think that's a little too much. I would just put rocks in there too. Oh, they actually split this out. Shuffle fairies and fountains and gossip stone fairies. We'll do fountains. Shuffle bean fairies. Sure. Shuffle fairy spots. No. Yeah, so like, I mean, the game has progressed for a while since the one that I've been playing, so they've actually added some of these things in. I had a hack that I did myself for the fairy thing, which kind of did, oh, I mean, it did the same thing, but it just laid it out. Yeah, it'd be really good if I could just give myself the rock's feather. Oh, here it is. Add Rock's feather. Okay. Asking you shall receive. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus. All right, so Rock's feather is a custom item granting a player a jump on demand. The jump can also be used when already in midair. Rock's feather is not considered biologic so far. Oh, slingshot / bow can break beehives. Yes. That's a new one too. All right. We're doing this. That's a good one. I think you should be able to pick and choose that. Yes. Slingshot / bow can break the beehive. If you're randomizing bee. And they have a proper bomb chew bag in here now, finally. So if we pick none, bomb chews have vanilla behavior. Any bomb chew requirement is filled by bomb bag plus renewable source of bomb chews. Yeah, we'll do progressive bag for that. Oh, that's a new one too. So I mean, we might as well have fun for it. A bomb chew drops. This is slightly different from the behavior before. Because basically, like, you can loot bomb chews without having a bomb bag or fucking anything. And that would work. But now it's a little more restricted. But okay, fine. But yeah, okay, that's where Rock's feather is. I'm glad I found it. Okay, good enough. That all seems fine. I don't think there's anything else we need. But now I'm kind of curious if there's other shit in here. Like I said, they've made some progress on the game along the way. Pretty much in randomizer. Yeah, I know they've had that in your rando for a while. It takes a little longer for it to get over to the PC port. But yeah, they got that in there now, which is cool. All right. So that actually looks good. So I'm going to have to back out of this deal. Probably erase the current one that we have there. It needs to be with the. Just get rid. Should have it. Okay. I'm gonna take a piss real quick and then we're gonna go. It's been a while. I haven't played a randomizer in like a month. You always end up getting the bomb chew bag first. I think it would end up actually being that way. Because technically that's not actually tied to any of the logic. Technically. So it would make sense that you would get it first. Anyway, I will be right back and we'll give her and see what happens. All right. We're back. also, I saw a YouTube short yesterday where, like, I assume that it's real. It looks like it was, but like somehow they managed to. They probably did it with the PC port, actually. They put the Zora's mask from Majora's Mask into vanilla Ocarina of Time. Which basically means that like you can get into the water temple and do all the shit that you need to do with just that. Which I thought was kind of interesting. Because if you have the Zora's mask on, you can, you know, walk on the seabed. You can throw your boomerang or whatever. Yeah, like, so I'm pretty sure it's real. I don't know if they ROM hacked the actual ROM or they did it on the PC port, but I thought that was interesting. It's like, that would be cool because, like, I was looking at that a couple months ago. Like, there should, like, somehow there's got to be a way to, like, put custom items in the game, basically. So I'll be interested to actually see the code for putting the Rock's Feather in here. But we'll see how it behaves and what it actually does. Hopefully it doesn't take us too long to get it. But we should be set. But, like, yeah. You should be able to do whatever the hell you want. Technically. So. Oh, it gave us gave us a bunch of shit. This is what it gave us off the bat. It just gave us the fucking bomb shoes. I don't think that I like gave it to myself, but apparently we rolled it on our progress sort of thing. So, okay, we'll just take that. That's bombs right off the bat. So, okay, good. And what did we get for a song here? Song of Time. That's good. Well, actually, in this case, it would be kind of necessary because we don't have the hack. Just be able to press the button to flip through time. So I guess we would actually. This is pretty ideal. All right, sweet. Welp. Let's go. The requirement is 50 out of 100 Triforce pieces. Shit. It's 2. Oh, just the fucking Lens of Truth sitting here. I wish it would actually do something that was worth a fuck, though. That's the other thing I talked about is like there's some items that just really aren't worth the shit. That would probably be the main one. Because if you know where to go, you don't need it at all. So it'd be cool if it at least did something else besides just what it's normal. $3. Oh, I found Greg. Doesn't really matter for this run, but got an asshole to skull too. I can't believe I remembered how to play the Song of Time. To be honest, I haven't had to do that in a while. Oh, it doesn't actually change you from... Ah, damn it. It doesn't change you from one to the other? Are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. It's supposed to. Oh, there's... weird different settings here. Oh. I don't know where that setting would be. I'll find it though. Oh, Ocarina of Time and the Master Sword. Nah, just any ocarina. You should just be able to do. There we go. So that should do what I want. Try it again. It will. Okay. Usually I have that just bound to a button, but can't do that with it. Because I had to custom roll that functionality. Oh, I wonder if I could use the Skulltula to or use the Bombchu to kill that skull. Oh, somehow we got this the red thing. So yeah, probably we can kill that, but we're not going to be able to get up there. Ah, doesn't matter. It's just a Deku net. All right. Take the heart container for rupees. The progressive bow for 5 rupees. Holy shit. All right. I'll do that. Okay. Damn, all right. I'll take it. Fuck you. I shouldn't have gone through. Matter of fact, I can't actually. Or at least I can't get in there as an adult. Goron's bracelet as well. Ooh, the pause screen is faster. That's nice. I'm impressed. We have 7 8s. Oh wait, no, that's a mirror. Yeah, the mirror shield's actually pretty good. 7 Triforce pieces already is kind of crazy. I can't remember. Can you actually kill Goma with the bow or not? I don't remember. Or can you even try to kill Goma? We do have boss souls too, so unless I have the boss soul, it's not going to happen. I don't remember how that worked. Just generally. Well, that's it for this place, I think. Ooh, I don't remember if the arrows work. They do. Yeah, goddamn, having any kind of bombs right off the bat is big dick. Oh, so what about this? Actually work? Oh, it does. Wow. There it is. That's the rock's feather. All right, we'll hang on that for just a second. Thankfully, we got this pretty early into the run. Because I'm impatient and I don't want to wait forever to see what it does. So, that's pretty good. Give me a second here. Gosh. It was 1 in the afternoon. That's like normal people's 1 in the morning. That's what it looks like. 3D. Get it? Okay. Yeah, it takes up one of the slots for the goddess stuff, so particularly Nehru's love. And if you have both of them, then slide out thing. Then they have. What the work? Oh, it does. What the fuck? Whoa. I don't think it'll actually really do that much. Bomb bag. Like in terms of progression. Oh, except that it did say that. What the fuck is this? Oh, just arrow. It did say that after you're already jumping, you can use that to jump again. I guess we'll see that in a couple minutes. So, all right, all right. We'll leave and come back. Well, just the fact that it, like, they put an item in the game at all, and it does what you think it would do, is good. Because that opens the possibility of doing other things too. So might have to look at that in code and see how that's actually accomplished. In that one. Skulltula, okay. Skulltula. Being able to do that's freaking ooh. But yeah, what I really want to see, auto jump. Oh yeah, you can. It does work. It's probably more useful for that than anything else. We do have a little unfinished business. The one thing I forgot to do over here. We'll get that as an adult too. Yep, just that, nothing special. I would mod that so that the rock's feather also jumps higher too, like twice as high. Because otherwise, like, that's not really gonna like do anything for it. Which is probably why he was like, no, I'm not gonna like put rules behind it, because like it's not really gonna help you do anything that you couldn't otherwise. So it's kind of a useless item, except it's, you know, that's the stage for other items you could possibly. Bottom of the well, cute. Rang totally doesn't matter. It's an AFP. Down already. Nope. I don't care about water temple anything. Oh, I can't even jump over there. Yeah, maybe you should jump up a little higher. Although it is nice to have the jump on demand at all. There we go. All that's garbage. Couple school. Pull up. Oh, magic. All right. Nah. Yeah. Yeah, we're good here. Okay. Okay. Well, we saw what the Rock's Feather actually does. I'm going to have to look at the code for that. I want to see how that works. Because that would be the kind of doorway into doing other stuff like that. Being able to pull other things in. But I'm going to leave it here for now, mostly because I am super tired. But that's cool. That's really interesting. I'll have to look at that. But yeah, anyway, for now, that's all I got. We saw some news. We saw some other kind of news. Interesting day. But anyways, thanks for playing. We'll see you next time.